Good morning, everyone. All right. Sorry about that. Well, it's been a hectic morning. Wipe the whiskers from the cat lady off of your beard. Ha ha. Please decipher SPX. I think we're gonna. Mm, we got a little bounce here. It's dying. Let me look at gamma positioning for this morning. I haven't done shit today, so I'm gonna have to catch up a bunch. Let's see. Ooh. Yeah, I mean we look better, even better to the upside. 38.40, 38.40 and 50 are really strong. From 38.50 up, a little flat to 3900, but interest is picking up. We're still well above the gamma fix flip point, which is at 38.22. That's not right. We're just below the gamma flip point. Ooh, interesting. Are we net negative though? Hold on one second. Gamma flip move up. Loads of 3790 puts. Interesting. It looks like somebody bought a shitload of puts yesterday near close. Or they're sold. Yeah, I'm not too sure. But the gamma flip points have moved up. Upstart's same like Revlon. Upstart's not getting delisted. So no. Why is everyone sad about Upstart again today? Is it down? Oh, sorry. When's her earnings? Tomorrow? Tonight. Well, positioning to the upside on SPX looks stronger, but there's definitely some positioning that came in to the downside. Um, so we got to try to break the flip point all over again today. Exciting. See if we can pick up any strength in the trends here. Like that. Too much risk with Jimmy staying flat with a rising market. Yeah, protective puts are kind of rough on GameStop. Unless you get a chance to buy them while unless you get a chance to buy them while the price is up. Like you need to buy them when the price is really elevated. And then you need to buy like leaps in order to dodge the IV drop. Just downs ahead for GME going into OPEX. We're gonna sell some CCs, thanks. Probably, yeah. I mean, the rising market could put some pressure on it, but it doesn't look like it's gonna move up. I'd be careful with 11.18s, but 11.11s don't seem that bad. I sold some before close yesterday. I'll probably sell more today. Morning, Gert. Quick question. Have you only been like this since you started streaming at the beginning of this saga, or have you always been the centaur of attention? I've always been. Fuck you. I mean, slippery upside potential until the gamma flip. Well, it means we'll have less downside support until the gamma flip. This is starting to pick up a little momentum. That's on the NVIDIA China chip news. I kind of waited on it on the Discord. I don't think it's gonna be good for them. And just because they have a replacement chip doesn't mean anybody wants to buy it. BBY still strong under $20. Hasn't been for a long time, man. Upstart to $10 fast. Maybe. Cat moving up. Yep. Kuba's pulling up too, but I don't think it's gonna do much today. Yeah, this is rocketing. Oh, I can read, I swear. I believe you. Is there any news of why BP took the hit? Did they have earnings? Ooh, how much of a hit? I don't know. Give me a second. I'll look at BP in a minute. Did they really take a... I don't think they took a newsworthy hit. They're down 1.63%. Oil's down this morning. Contrary to popular belief, stocks don't only go up. Market looks good. I sold some CCs yesterday, but they're way the fuck out of the money. They're at like 35. So no, this is gonna keep. It looks like it's gonna keep pushing, like SPX does. BP earnings. BP earnings aren't until our next earnings are in February, I think, right? If I'm concerned about a crash, should I actually call my mom and tell her to switch to cash gang while the SPY is high? I mean, it's if I was like sitting on retirement funds, it's definitely something I would consider, or at least speak to my actual financial advisor about, who will obviously recommend that you don't do that. But they make money off transactions, right? Nothing like risking my 10K Fubo equity position for $60 in weekly premiums. I mean, you don't have to do that. Have you entered your LMT position yet? No, because the market's still rising, so I'm trying to be a little patient with it. I might be able to get the like 490s out of the money. Um, but yeah, I mean, if indices are pushing up, you wanna like wait on the LMT puts. Um, at least until there's some stagnation. Yesterday you mentioned leaving Leap CCs until after GME's earnings in early December. What earnings could possibly be announced that create more volatility than an OPEX run? Positive EPS. And GME is only a quarter or two away from that, I think. If they don't hit positive EPS this quarter, they very well might next. When will we start the next OPEX? Maybe a little early because of Thanksgiving. Something interesting is that most of the put wall that's on GME right now falls off on the 11th, not the 18th. So they might be intending to run it a few days early. Upstart 11, 11, 13, safe. Not safe. High premium, but not safe. What do you think about your Upstart 41 or your SPX 4100s for November 18? I'll be happy to just get out of them anywhere near break even. I was supposed to have a stop set on them. I had more 4100 contracts that I did have a stop set on, and 4000 contracts that I had a stop set on. I did not set a stop on these, so these are part of the average down and hope gang. So far, they've made up about 40% of their loss. I think they were at like almost 90 at one point. So Yeah, I mean, if SPX can test like 38.50, there might be like a small window for me to get out with minimal losses. Do they always hit positive EPS fourth quarter? They didn't this year. I think they did in 2021. But quarter four this year was, I think it was like negative 47 cents. If I don't remember, but I think it was something like that. Negative 40 something cents, I'll say. Pull back. This is a good sign. No, pullback's not that strong. Why does cat become so volatile? Cat's pretty illiquid, actually. So it's always been kind of volatile. It doesn't pick up a lot of volatility, but it behaves in a very volatile manner. It's because cat stagnates a lot, but when it has buy pressure, it moves really fast. Also, a lot of its moves are in after hours, so that's another reason it doesn't pick up a lot of like IV or historic volatility. Will an early OPEX run have less price improvement potential? Not necessarily less price improvement potential, but less velocity because they start clearing it early. And so like the amount of carryover exposure is weakened. PBR getting hit again. Where are you thinking of an entry? Um, I'm not sure yet, actually. Obviously, like both political parties are pretty in Brazil are pretty against their massive dividends that they're giving out, and not reinvesting any of their money into Brazilian infrastructure or using any of that money to try to lower oil prices. So there's a very good chance that there will be a political move to disrupt their extremely large dividends. Hopefully not. Their next dividend's in April. So I'm just gonna keep watching it, but the low prices are really attractive, obviously. I would say for now, just keep letting it drop. There was a reason I haven't done a write-up or anything on it yet. In case of a market crash, which stocks do you expect to have the fastest bounce? Usually value stocks. Depends on the kind of crash we get, though. Money's gonna flood into anything with a big name, right? Microsoft, Apple, Tesla. People are gonna want to try to buy all of that at the bottom, even if it doesn't survive the bottom. This is a bull flag, right? A little bit. I think we're just starting to see the continuation of an uptrend. Uh, Remember, things get kind of tight as we move towards the flip point, which I feel has already moved down a little from where it was at 9 a.m. And how the fuck? Here's my question for all you people complaining about Upstart being down $4. How the fuck did you hold GME in like March of 2021? Like you'd wake up and the shit would be down $40. This is this isn't nearly as bad. I think we get shorted more into next week. End of this week into next week. So yeah, I think there'll be a slightly better opportunity. I don't know how much better with the rising market, but maybe a little bit better. Jimmy's looking okay. I mean, it's kind of flat, but not terrible. Down 0.78%. We had crime to blame. Oh, I see. With the election, I feel like a spy straddle tonight might be spicy. Wasn't that yesterday? Isn't isn't that over? Spy straddles are spicy every night with the VIX is like, well, if the VIX is over 25. Why be so conservative with your $35 GME covered calls? I really don't think I'm that conservative with them. I just would rather sell more nearer the money or fewer nearer the money for more money. Also, I mean, it doesn't benefit me to rush into any one strike because I'll blow up the spread. How come you're scared to sell 1118 GME if you think shorting is going into next week? I'm not scared to sell them. I'm just cautioning the sale of them because by Wednesday we could start going up into the OPEX period. And so there's some risk there, right? If you're selling calls for next to nothing on low IV and IV bumps and so does price, you're going to be underwater on them really, really fast. I mean, we discussed upstart shorting last week, and if the stock is doing what we expect it to do, that seems like the best sign, right? It's when it does what we don't expect it to do that more risk is introduced to the thesis. Can you see your I voted sticker? I fucking didn't. Next Wednesday. Cat getting shorted? Probably just more sell-offs at 2:30. I'm not super concerned with it. I assume Greeks are basically the same. Oh, let me grab those. They're a little different. Gamma neutral has disappeared. That's weird. I'll have to see what's going on with that. Oh dear God. Oh no. I think SPX is going to keep pushing. Yep. Other test. Weird little cup and handle. Everyone's favorite. You can buy puts, but or IV Crush is going to ruin them. Can you play the VUP song for Dole, but at 1/4 speed? She's slow but solid. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I expected out of it. I didn't expect it to go up so quickly though. I was hoping for a little more entry opportunity. Are you gonna present us graces with perfect IV entries on GME so we can blindly ghost and get 30% by OPEX, only to lose it all the following week? It is the way. The only person I know besides myself that doesn't vote. Well, if you don't believe in the system, why participate in it? Does cat get shorted very often? I think you're seeing long side capitulation on cat. I don't think you're seeing that much shorting. But yes, it does get shorted. Obviously. It's moved up, fucking 90, no, $70? $70 in the last few weeks? So yeah, shorts are definitely interested. They have to be immensely patient before entering positions, but yeah, there'll be shorts building up. Looks like Gamma Max on GME is $1. That sounds awesome. No, Gamma Max is at 31.31. If you're still in silver, you might want to move your stop up. Ooh. Has everyone lost all their money on DWAC yet? Yeah, I'm gonna move. I actually already have my stop set at my PT. Uh, but it's moving up a little more today. Yeah, I guess I could move it up a tiny bit. Thank you for the reminder. Appreciate it. Do you still think MOASS is possible? Not really. I don't think like another like January 2021 run is completely out of the question. Although I don't think it would be nearly as big in comparison. But the same effect is still possible to some degree. Are people sweating on a 30 basis point cat move? Yes. That seemed pretty obvious. With all this shorting before Upstart earnings, do you think they'll short it more after? Yes. Yes, I do. Something cooking on Revlon. Someone's buying some of it. It's very cheap. Do I feel like I have to say what for the sake of the viewership? I generally don't say anything for the sake of anybody. Yeah, they all have their own ETF FTDs. When Cat 250? I don't know if that's going to happen. I would say like 240, 242 is kind of the limit, and I highly doubt it goes that far. SPX kind of still looks good. We're pushing up through the flip point, so now we'll start to see that slow bleed like we talked about yesterday, right? But like bleed up as the hedge changes. What are the allures of 0-1 DTs? Is there delta gamma sensitivity? Rapid price action causes them to bounce and price quickly. If one buys 4 to 5 DTs to protect from downside delta gamma volatility, does this also cap the price volatility of the option to the upside? Hold up. Rapid price action. If one buys 4 to 5, if one buys 4 to 5 DTEs to protect from downside delta and gamma volatility, does this also cap the volatility of the option to the upside? Nesquik, can you rephrase what you mean there exactly? So you're buying a hedge? Like 4 to 5 DTE hedge? I'm confused about the positioning you're describing. You have a 0 DTE and you're hedging it with a 4 to 5 DTE? I have a few cat 235s for next week. Too greedy? Not a lot of theta. Not necessarily too greedy, but if you get profits this week, I probably wouldn't hold them for the duration of the contract. I can't wait for the borrow rate went up comments over the next week, ultimately leading to a gherk rant. Borrow rate rants are the same. Borrow rate rants are the same, like in a meeting. What did I miss? Rants. I mean, we want to see the borrow rate move up and sustain upward moves over the next week and a half. I still can't figure out how to become a member. I'm really not sure. I know there's like a dollar sign somewhere, or you click the join button. So you subscribe, and then it should turn into like, then I think like a join button pops up or something like that, and you can click that. Sorry, I'm far from a YouTube expert. I don't even know how to do a tutorial. Why do we see such massive changes in Vega Neutral and GME? 2378 seems very high in comparison to a few weeks ago. It is. Vega Neutral has been rising on GME pretty rapidly. Did I just take 100% gains here? I think so. Yay. That's pretty good. Double my money. Not bad for an early start. I'm not even sure if the trend is weakening that much. But I expect us to run into a little bit of resistance here as we approach 38.35. $100% gains on what? It was the SPX 3820s I bought this morning. They were on the screen. Hey, I sold the top. Chad. Um, SPX is beautiful. Calls are as green. Our green is goose shit. Let's fucking go. Nice. The lesser sensitivity affect downside and upside equally. Okay, a lot of that sensitivity is based on its moneyness, whether it's in the money, out the money, or out of the money. Um, no. Actually, the further dated contracts are more delta sensitive than the shorter dated contracts. So, for example, say you buy say this morning you were to buy 3850s and you bought a 1 DTE and you bought a 5 DTE, right? On this test of 3831, the value of the 5 DTE would have improved greatly over the value of the 1 DTE. Volatility is really not in question here because volatility on SPX, outside of like a crash event, generally doesn't go very high or change very much, right? These are also European options. They're not American style options. So the Black-Scholes calculation on them is more pure. So delta sensitivity is also related to the amount of theta you have. The more theta you have, the more delta sensitive your contract is, I guess you could say. You didn't have to co-fire me twice. Thank you. That's quick. But a farther dated call will also be slightly, depending on its moneyness, will be more protected from a downside move, not necessarily like a 5 DTE, but something much further out where the value is more extrinsic. Where can I trade options with a UK broker? IBKR? IBKR is still refusing me. I'm not sure who else offers it for UK. Matt Davies. That's a good question. I'd have to do some research. I mean, usually for people in Europe or England, I just tell them IBKR because IBKR offers American options mostly all over the world. I'm not sure if there's another option. You might want to call them and talk to them and see why you're getting denied. Maybe there's something that you can do to get approved. I found that talking to your brokers is very beneficial. Don't forget that, you know, if you're a trader, you pay them a lot of money. They're generally on your side and taking more fees from you if they can collect them. I need a Bithead membership. Plexico Perez. He was tossing out memberships like last week at some point. He's always around. Down under. Retreating Russian soldiers may be shot, says Ministry of Defense. Imagine shooting your own fellow brothers. That's not really new for Russia. That was a big part of their strategy in World War II. No, the calculations are just different because one can be exercised at any time, one can only be exercised upon expiration. What does rising VN on GME suggest? I, I would first want to ensure the accuracy. Let me message JFresh and see if he knows what's going on. Because gamma neutral's missing. I want to see why. The guy asking about UK options, try Saxo Bank. Oh, okay. I didn't know Saxo offered it. Aren't they kind of like a boomer? Like more of like a boomer institution? If you could only play buy and hold strategy, would you buy every time you receive your paycheck or buy every month or more? I would target specific prices. You know, everyone says DCA is great, but it's really not. It's okay. It's easy to do, but targeting like specifics, like limit prices, um, and doing like a more controlled type of capital deployment is actually better. Thoughts on 38.35 today? I mean we could see all the way up to 38.50. The positioning's stronger than even than it was yesterday morning. So Hmm. I don't think it's absurd to think that we could see that. I don't think IV's pricing in a move above much above like 160 BPS. Hmm. Shorts are going to start getting blown up here though. A lot of shorts going to get blown up here. This is interesting. We'll see. If we cross if we cross 38.40 today, Jesus. If we if if we cross 38.40 today, we're very likely to see more short side capitulation, which could drive prices further up. Man, that is just not going away. Sorry. Schwab actually offers international accounts too. Tasty Works to the UK. Oh, that's not about options brokerage. I didn't know they offered to the UK. Yeah, I have no idea about international accounts or international retirement accounts. So sometimes it's best to turn to chat because they represent a pretty broad swath of people around the globe. $230 cat sell off is real. It will be, right? We're gonna keep I think testing it and probably seeing rejections, but eventually, the long side looks like it's gonna win. The range is getting tighter. I think if we go out to like the 15-minute, it looks really good, right? What was the most fun thing you boofed last night? The bid on a few ES contracts? How much money is traded on the average day in the NYSE? A lot? Are you just talking about like total turnover value? I'm sure that it's reported somewhere. Hey Greg, learned a new word this morning. Is the relationship between defining things in terms of moneyness inversely proportional to the frequency of putting your car in reverse? Um, there could be a negative correlation there. Everyone in chat now is clearing their throats by proxy. Jesus, that sounds awful. It was rough. It could be tuberculosis. I am fairly confident in Cat's ability to continue moving up. Yes. I I very rarely am wrong about Caterpillar. Or yeah, it's pretty rare. It happens, but it's pretty rare. Why is Ivy 300% on Upstart? Because the market maker wants me to sell a bunch more CSPs tonight. I don't see how I have a choice, frankly. What did Paris say? TC Works does offer to EU and UK, but the transaction fees are very high. To deposit and withdraw, you pay about 60 USD dollars per side. Jesus Christ. That's that's excessive. IBKR is much cheaper, I assume. That, do you have really cool socks? I've only bought the same kind of socks for the last like 6 years. They're all the same. I wouldn't describe them as really cool. Shorting on Upstart seemed like a final move prior to some covering. Is that your view? I think they just have more liquidity, so they're going to keep shorting until they have to cover and generate all that liquidity back from their synthetic shorting. So, uh, since Upstart's ETF FTDs are finalized, they have been for a few days. I expect them to continue shorting it into OPEX. Not necessarily shorting it, but I mean their goal is to drive implied volatility down, right? It's very high on like the weeklies, but the longer dated calls, it's not moving up that much for earnings. But they want IV down. Yep, SPX just can't be stopped. Was that a rejection finally? Maybe we finally got a rejection here. Nope. And buy pressure is strong as hell. You're gonna have to explain what socks are for the poors. How extreme do you think Jimmy is getting boofed today? I mean, it's definitely getting boofed a little bit, right? The market's not moving up on a lot of volume, but it's moving up on a fairly decent amount. So that pressure exists. We know the pressure exists, and they're shorting into it, which has got to be rough. I think we might start seeing GME move before OPEX. LMT puts off the daily peak are printing. I'm still gonna try to wait on them. Maybe I'll enter a couple, but I still think there's an opportunity for me to enter them out of the money. If I can enter 490 puts out of the money, I'm very, very happy with them, right? Tyler, Dad and I are gay. Also, you mentioned Upstart cost to borrow. I've been a shorter and paid 15% yesterday morning, 15.33 in the afternoon, and now just paid 15.55 borrow fee. What mean? That's a good sign. I mean, if the borrow rate is rising steadily, that's something that we would want to see over the next 2 weeks because we're hoping they run out of ETF liquidity and start turning to the borrowing pools in order to maintain their short positions. I don't know if Jamie's going to move down to 17. It's excessive. It could, but it's excessive. If you want to play Tesla, just wait for OPEX. Is there still hope for our 4100s? A little bit. There might be hope to get out of them at break even, which is kind of what I'm hoping on. If SPX breaks 3840, it can really fucking bust. We start positioning for the downside on SPX. What kind of theta will you be looking at? It's in the I wrote up like the short position I'd be entering in Pickles picks. Anything nearer the money, shorter dated, further out of the money, 100 and like 100 and what is it today? 130 something DTE.
Yeah, like 130 DT for further out of the money puts. No, CPI's on Thursday. I need to see what price I need SPX to hit for these fucking calls to print. They print at, I'll be in the money at like 3880 or 3900. Well, they won't be in the money, but they'll be worth more than my premium. To be more specific. Jimmy negative beta is returned. Yeah, that's indicative of, you know, heavy shorting. It just can't keep going, right? It's fucking ridiculous. Ooh, hello, GameStop. I guess they needed to drop a little internalization. That's when the diamond handing begins. I will sell the fuck out of these things if I get the rest of my money back. Gherk, Spy is gonna melt up. Gherk, when Spy melts up, surprised Pikachu. The implications of me being right about this are not good for, like, society. Who sold CCs before that candle? A bunch of greedy people. I mean, I did, but they're at $35, so I'm not particularly afraid. I bet a catcall was that misogynistic. Not necessarily. As long as you know, keep it to the bedroom and it's done with consent. Stop. Stop trying to buy fucking upstart calls before earnings when IV's at like 300%. If we are if we are seeing the indices melt up due to prime risk offs, that means that we're looking like there's a very high chance of seeing a crash in the near term. So yeah, like market crashes aren't good for people that are poor or middle class or upper middle class or lower upper class. or middle upper class. So the CC at yesterday's high, close for 30% gains like 10 minutes before that candle. I mean, that candle really came out of fucking nowhere, right? It's a good feeling when their internalization breaks a little bit. I mean, it doesn't mean we're gonna move up hard, but it's still cool. Can you just list the class it's good for? People who have more than enough money to weather out any negative economic conditions. The 0.1%, 0.01%. The 0.01% will just benefit from it, right? Over time. SPX shooting for 3,900. It's still got to cross 3,840. 3,840 is a big deal, but we are starting to stabilize in this upper range, so I don't think we're going to stop applying pressure to 3,840. Market crash is good for the Dans because people will no longer be able to afford those classy escorts. True. Yeah, the Dan business should pick up mightily. Am I the 1%? I don't know. Maybe? For New York? This year, yes. This year and last year. Ooh. Fancy. Thanks, JC. It could be SPX or $sign SPX or $sign SPXW or SPXW. Sean McDanery. I like SPX because it's a tiny OPEX every day. Like from today's low, we're currently up $35, which is super cool. Cat literally just moassing again. SPX is picking up some strength again. I don't know how it does it. Is Cat for real right now? Yeah. It's good to be the DFE of cat because it can say things like, I am a cat. I already 100%ed contracts on the SPX today. And I was late. I thought your theory of market ups before downs is a fairly simple explanation for SPX. What are you asking? That seems like a statement, not a question. Does MOASS now mean went up a bit? Yeah, it does. It's one of our shill tactics by slowly implying that MOASS is a thing that isn't really that special. We over time we convince people that it's not real. Didn't you read the handbook, Atomic? Like cat paper puts are toast. See, paper trading is helpful to see what would have happened. Yeah. Anyone know the ticker for gold spot price? It's 1712 right now. 1712.57. I have no idea what the ticker is for WeBull though. Is Kendra okay? Didn't he have cat puts? He did, but maybe he got out of them. Win cat puts. Never. It's a terrible idea. Ask all the people that bought cat puts the last time I said, don't buy cat puts. It's a terrible idea. You can get them, but they're going to perform worse than index puts over the same period of time. She already breathed, Kendra. The breathing's done. I didn't read the handbook. When I got the key card and the ID, the guy at the front desk said I should just learn as I go. He's a security guard. Why would you listen to him? Here's the problem. Cat generally outperforms the indices on the way up, right? And then on the way down, it underperforms the index. So the index will just move down harder and faster. So cat calls up, index puts down, not cat puts down. Maybe we're gonna pick up some momentum again? No, too early, right? Feels ridiculous. Hey, Dork. We might all be right, man. I think it was really fun to talk about initially, but I think we were correct. Which is disturbing. It feels really, really good. Sort of. Becomes with like an intense amount of existential dread. Coinbase is $67 on O. Thinking a better buying opportunity might appear next year under $50. Your cost basis is 67 on O? I'm out of my O. I sold it. Yeah, I think there'll be a better buying opportunity. Probably before rates start to pull back. Yeah, it's concerning because that means that the market is about to explode like a Death Star. Well, it's like the torpedoes have already entered the exhaust vent. Oh fuck, I'm gonna get sued by Disney now. Are we Luke Skywalker? No, we've always been the Empire. Jedi suck. They're like religious zealots. Super stonk of the Jedi. How do you know you aren't experiencing confirmation bias about the crash, being that it's an ETF FTD period currently, and then OPEX after that? Well, because the SPX is melting up into negative gamma right now, which is essentially blowing up short positions. Yeah, I mean, some of us will make money, which is super cool, but not all of us will. And we're not representative of a very large portion of the population. You know, market crashes and widespread unemployment are really bad, right? Like uh suicide rates spike, crime rates spike. Pain leads to losses. Losses lead to anger. Anger to hate for Kirk. No. SPX is stabilizing here at like 38, 36. It's doing pretty good. If anything, we may only see like a pullback to like 38, 30. We may not even see that. This chop is just repositioning. Wouldn't a spy melt up intensify the potential of a Jimmy OPEX? Yeah. Jesus fuck. Upstart's going nuts too. Oh shit, my cover calls are gonna get assigned before earnings. Isn't cat at the top of a downward upward trend from the daily for the last year? Very close, yeah. But, you know, all downtrends eventually break up. I think cat's already broken up through the downtrend for the last year, as a matter of fact. Or very close to breaking up through it. Yeah, it's very close. $232 would be where it breaks. And if it does, it can shift into an uptrend on its highs, which is at like 238, 240. Your Google covered call. I think I'm safe. Is Google ripping or something? No, I'm okay. My cover calls are at 94, so I'm all right for now. They expire Friday. I hope I don't get assigned, but if I do, I made money. Could be worse. Tell me we can hit 3,900 because that's what my 4,000 call needs today. Why would you buy a 4,000 call? Or are they like carryovers? Best way to play Volmageddon if we don't have access to options. You can buy shares of leveraged short ETFs like SPXS or SQQQ. I don't want to bring the big sad, but just know that if the market crashes, I'm still not going to be a paper handed bitch like Hazy. I'll work triples as a fan to keep my membership current. Thank you so much, Pigeon Teeth Dan. I appreciate that. But don't ever put your Pickle Financial membership above, you know, your quality of life. Jimmy broke 2 million volume yesterday too. Yeah, I don't like UVXY. UVXY is dangerous. They're safer because they're leveraged. That doesn't mean they're safe, just safer. They're not directly used as a source of liquidity. So if ETFs end up being a contagion in the market, you know, you don't have the short side risk of the fund collapsing. Because all of their value is in swaps, right? Pigeon whale or food stamps, bro? Thank you so much, Chaku. I think I've done a good job this year keeping pigeon whales away from food stamps, though. Except for Hazy. But he was homeless already. If SPX halts down, do the stick in it all halt. Never VIX 80 calls, right? I mean, they're so risky. They're a lottery ticket, right? You have to understand that they are definitely a lottery ticket. No. I mean, they won't move because they track daily performance, but they'll halt just because SPX. Well, let me rephrase that. If SPX halts down, the entire market shuts down, right? I don't think it has Luddles in the same fashion. But if there's I believe it's a 20% drop, so 2,000 basis point drop in an index, and everything halts for the day. It's like an exchange halt. I've never gotten to experience one of those directly. Are you guys not on food stamps? Yeah, we're getting some strength again. A little bit of a bounce. We'll see. It's still weak, but it could start picking up more steam. The repositioning is definitely bullish. Binance just bought FTX. Oh my god, who cares? Sounds like maybe they were insolvent. They don't want anyone to find out. Which one is better, PBRA or PBR? I don't think it matters. I think one probably has voting rights or something. It's usually whichever one's more money, but I would double check on what the two classes of stock are specifically. How high can SPX IV go during a crash? It goes fucking crazy. During the COVID crash, I saw intraday IV on some of my options spike to like 600-700%. It can get really fucking nuts really fast. At the peaks, I mean, obviously, the more stable range is like in the like 70s to hundreds, but it can go really nuts when it slips. When are you gonna let go of your 4100 calls when they're worth more money than I bought them for? I've got a long way to go. I'm getting there though. 3880. If it tests 3880 today, excuse me. If it tests 3880 today, I think I can close them out. I'm gonna regret it though, because like I feel like then CPI is gonna print good and it's gonna move up to 4200. When was the last SPX halt? Oh Jesus, I don't remember. I know there was one. I know there was one for the COVID crash, but it wasn't an all-day one. I think 2008. I know there was a halt for something that happened in like 2015. Before that, I'm not sure. Maybe 9/11. 87 during Black Monday. I think. Well, maybe they didn't have them in place back then. I'm not sure if Black Monday had one. It dropped enough, I know that, but I'm not sure if they had the little halts at that point in time. This looks like the shorts are losing control pretty rapidly, I would say. That was kind of their last line of defense till 3,900. No one knows what kind of time frame we're looking at. I mean, this like melt up shit could continue for 30 days, 45 days, 3 months. I expect it would be more rapid nowadays than it has been in the past, but what if your theory if the mechanics behind a market melt-up preceding a crash? What? Isn't it risky to buy options just before a planned news release if you plan to hold them through? I mean, as long as you buy them before the IV bumps, then it doesn't matter. I don't trust these internet brokerage processes. That's why I submit all of my options orders to Fidelity via fax. If you have enough money, Dork, you can just call them up and tell them what to do. What can JPOW do to stop it? He already raised rates and said the most hawkish things he feasibly could. He basically threw the Fed under the bus and their ability to restrain inflation. I don't think he could have done more besides saying, everyone freak out, sell your stocks. And he kind of said that. What is your theory if the mechanics behind a market multi preceding a crash? It's a risk off from primes. Well, I think it's primes are going to start risking off as the treasury market becomes more and more liquid. That destabilizes the liquidity. Well, the destabilizes the liquidity of funds, but um, damages. Well, increases the risk to margin lent out to them, right? And since most margin lent is to affect shares sold, not yet purchased in the equities market, the risk off of that would be to start recalling those positions. Remember that, like, prime lenders and share lenders, and everyone forgets this, they hold all the power. When you lend your shares, especially as a large institution, you know, the short's biggest risk is you recalling your shares, right? Counterparty risk is what they're afraid of the most. And, if primes feel that those positions are at risk or the market is going to crash, they simply recall them, right? Um, and by doing so, that forces short capitulation market wide, as it becomes harder and harder for them to meet those margin calls with liquid capital due to the illiquidity of vintage securities in the treasury market, right? So they go to their bank to pay their margin call, and their bank's like, yeah, that's going to take 7 days to process, but they only have 2 days to complete the margin call, right? Does that make a little sense? I'm trying to explain this in a way that it's easy to understand. And so by doing that, prime lenders drive the markets up because of all the short capitulation, and then they're able to sell their long equities at the top. I told you once, all of you, a long time ago, primes don't like risk. If there's risk in the market and they don't think it can be managed, they will destroy it. They will get out of that risky position immediately, right? They're not going to let short sellers carry their long positions into a market crash. You can even just think about it on a simple level, right? I give a guy 10 shares at $30, right? And then something happens, and I think that those $30 shares, yeah, which he shorted at 30 and are now worth 25, are gonna go to like 5, right? I'm gonna ask for those shares back so I can sell them at 25, right? Because I don't wanna hold those at 5. I don't want him returning them at $5 after he makes $25 of profit, right? Can you place primes with composite man? Absolutely not. Wyckoff had a lot of really good ideas, but they're not. Most of them are no longer applicable. Remember, those theories were developed in the 30s. There's some truth to them, but you need to isolate what is true about Wyckoff's theory regarding a composite man versus what is absolutely false. And if Wyckoff were 100% correct, then I would be too, right? Given that all of my thesis is reliant on things that are forced due to the mechanics of the market. I have clipped it. I did a bunch of clips about this already. Esha. Everyone on chicken noodle hype, but minestrone is bussin'. I think like chicken fat has some sort of antiviral thing. That's why everyone's hard up on chicken noodle. Like real chicken noodle, not like Campbell's chicken noodle. The primes, it's not about primes wanting their cut. The primes get their cut. Always. They only get richer. That's that's all they do. Is there a world where the market doesn't just crash but actually collapses? I mean, that's a possibility, right? Anytime you have a crash. You hold CPB, you should be shilling that soup. True. Did you push up your cat stop or letting it ride? I'm letting it ride a little bit. It's just another sell off at 230. If the treasury buys back older treasuries, liquidity would improve quite a bit or not. I don't think they can do it in time. You know, they need like the treasury and the reserve you generally need approval like through political channels to do any kind of like extreme quantitative easing, right? So they don't have the flexibility that the Fed does. So it could take them too long to address a crisis. If someone can timestamp it and put it in the clips channel, I'll clip it. But I have like no like marker of where I started talking about that. So I'm trying to clip it, but I don't know where it begins or ends. Check DMs. What do you got, Dork? Oh, Jesus. That sounds fun. Can't you take the southern route? If you take 395 down into California and then go across, you'll dodge most of the snow. And 395's like it's a little sketchy, but it's not nearly as bad. Cause you'll come into like the desert kind of south of Sacramento. Did you watch the video? I haven't got a chance to watch it yet. I've been talking about it for like a month now. I mean, the 80 is going to be the most well kept of those roads, right? Like, it's definitely going to be like plowed and salted. $3,900 today? It's possible. What do you make of the upstart melt up? I mean, the market's been pushing up pretty hard. They use sand. Don't tailgate a truck. You'll be picking sand out of your windshield. Well, they use sand in California, but I think in Nevada they use salt. So it depends on which side of the pass you're on. Forward wheel drive car is not so bad in the snow, though. Actually, I think that the recalls from primes are they start slow and then they pick up, right? As the market keeps rising, risk increases for long volatility positions. So right now, maybe only a few positions here and there are being recalled, right? But uh, the more the market rises, the more risk increases. All wheels drive forward unless they're in reverse. In your opinion, which happens first? GME OPEX or market crash? Well, hopefully GME OPEX. Are the majority of long vol players closing positions? I mean, not yet. Did you help me make a lot of money today? Thank you. Congratulations, man. My 4100C are about to be down 0%. Soon to be down negative 1%, which I think is a gain. My 41C. Oh, nice. I'm getting close. I need it to go up like $30 more. Oh my god, Upstart is up. Yeah, it's up like 5% today. It's starting to move. Long volatility is short equity, Edwin. You're thinking too narrow. You're thinking of the volatility of long contracts on the SPX. Soon there will be questions of why my port is green. This is so odd. What do? Enjoy it. When do you plan on entering the majority of your SPX short position? I hope near the top and not chasing on the way down. I'm DCAing into stuff slowly, very slowly, but I'll pick up the rate as time moves on. Yeah, we think at Upstart still get earnings short. I mean, I don't see why not. I'm gonna sell a shitload of cover calls on it tonight. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I heard about Binance buying out FTX. Any initial thoughts on CPI? My bias wants it to be not bad, and we ripped to 4,100. What if we can hit 4,100 before CPI? So we should be comfortable with this climb until we see VIX increase with SPX. I mean, VIX isn't dropping very much. I still have some short positions on the VIX, and let me tell you, it's really not going down at the same rate. I was just told by my boss's boss's boss that I'm getting a meaty performance-based bonus, not in stocks. My question is, when is the best time to DCA into SPY 510 calls? It's a bit much, right? SPXS calls, good for DCAing and to protect my port for potential downturn. Not a terrible hedge. I mean, it's not the best, but yeah, if you can't afford SPX, you can try XSP. It's like a smaller version of the SPX, but you're really limited to strikes where there's liquidity, which can be kind of few and far between. We're losing a little bit of the momentum. Might have a little more repositioning on the horizon at this like 3860 range. I can't really tell if we're being dragged to 3850 or maybe it doesn't even fucking matter at this point. How come I can't trade SPX on WeBull? You should be able to. Are options not coming up in the chart? You have to turn them on. So you have to go to chart and then like the settings, and you go to add widget, and you add options. Or at least that's how you used to have to do it. I think one standard deviation is 3980. Or one sigma is 3980 from where we opened today. Cat 510 end of year. I mean, there's not a lot of shorts on CAT, so it can keep pushing up. It's had a lot of really good news lately. The buy side is obviously really, really strong. There's some buy side capitulation in the 230 range. A lot of people believe that CAT is worth 230. I think it's closer to like 250, 255. But you run into this on any kind of like sustained run on a stock. Longs are more than willing to take profits here, right? Do you have mini VIX calls? I mean, I have a decent number of them, like a few hundred. They're in the money, like my hedge. Out of the money, not a lot. Okay. Did you scale the GME chart? Oh shit, sorry. Everything's getting a bit wild today, so. What has SPY popping today? Do you see this run continuing into the 400s? It could. I've been over what's driving upwards market pressure. There's a few videos on it. The price action indicative of smaller funds starting to get margin called or not yet? I mean, the negative gamma on SPX just got blown the fuck up. So, I mean, some of this push up is just short capitulation, right? Like the 38.20, 38.30, 38.40 range was pretty stacked on the short side. So that's, obviously getting blown up here at like 38.50, 38.60. If longs keep pushing, I mean, the bulls are just leveraging more and more, right? As the market rises, don't forget that long side's going to build confidence, and calls are cheap as fuck. So just be careful. Watch your downside. If there's a rug pull, it could happen really, really fast. If they run it before OPEX, what would that look like? Do you have a visual example? Yeah, go look at November OPEX last year on GME. Look at the 18th and 19th into the settlement period. What percent of SPX calls do you hold into expiration? Pretty rare. Unless I've sold them. And I don't sell a lot of options on the SPX. Very, very rarely. What do you got? This afternoon, FTS asked for help. There's a significant liquidity crunch. To protect users, we signed a non-binding LOI intending to fully acquire and help cover the liquidity crunch. We will be conducting a full DD in the coming days. I mean, the fact that he says DD is disturbing. So they offered to buy them out without doing any research. Shady. Am I an idiot for being excited to buy puts on SPX? No. Would you say you were gonna sell CCs on Upstart today? Yeah, I definitely fucking am. I need to some. I have a lot of shares, so I'd like to lower my cost basis while IV's pumped up for earnings. My cost basis isn't great. It's like $21 now. 21 and change. So I'd like to get my cost basis a little lower if I get the opportunity. Difference between SPX AM and PM puts, expiry. AMs are like the monthly contracts. PMs are weekly contracts. So one's SPXW. But yeah, just the expiration. Open interest also. Gork, I Dunning-Kruger lucked into a Tesla recall thesis, but I sold the position yesterday. Sorry. One better than the other? No. There's something there, but I always forget what it is. Spy running so hard. When would you expect to see shorts capitulate on smaller cap stocks that are heavily shorted? Last, right? Anything heavily shorted that would trigger, a high volatility event would be one of the last things they would want to cover, right? They would try to cover anything stable long before then. There's some sort of difference with their exercise options, but I always forget what it is. Yeah, we still have some room to pull back on this, I think. Are SPX zero GTs the most profitable option day trades? No, you can make more money on ES. What do you think about lucid earnings? Not interested at all. Does that mean one can lose money faster and easier on ES? Yeah. E-mini futures. E-mini S&P futures. Well, E-minis are 50x leverage contracts on S&P futures. If SPX is hard, ES sounds like nightmare mode. Actually, I think ES is probably easier to trade than SPX. First off, there's no theta, which is makes things a lot simpler. Futures are fun. Can be. You can lose a lot of money really fast on them, though. Hold this gap and bounce. I don't know. We're seeing a decent amount of capitulation here. I can see us getting pulled back to 38.40, but I don't know how strong 38.40 is now. Jesus fucking Christ, like a rocket. Thoughts on SPS upside? Wondering when to get puts and for what dates. I mean, you want a lot of theta and you can buy them at any time. I don't know how high the market's gonna run. Um, you know, when shit like this is happening and like the market's rising and the VIX isn't dropping, um, risk is mispriced. You know, the structure of the market starts to kind of fall apart, right? So you're asking me to make predictions on things that are just unpredictable. Because you're awesome, Pickle Man. Thank you so much, Brendan. Ella's Fun Adventures. I appreciate it. Getting close, but I still think we can test the EMA 60. We should start stabilizing in like in this range though, between the two. I mean, today it looks like the market can move up to 3,900. Tomorrow it may look like it can move up to 4,100. The day after that it may look like it can move up to 4,300. There's not a lot of leverage long-term positioning to judge market direction off of, right? So it's hard to say how high it will climb. I would say DCAing into exposure is probably your best bet, so that, you know, even if something happens suddenly, you have some exposure versus none. Is the market maker intentionally mispricing risk? No. Why would the MM want the market to crash? No, the MM's just not taking on the risk. They're trying to encourage the sell off of newer dated positions and trying to discourage the buying of further dated positions, right? They're trying to clear their books. Did you see the latest AMC press release? Because their theaters are empty, they're renting them out to Zoom for large meetings and calling them Zoom rooms. Imagine having to go to work, go to an AMC for a Zoom for work. There's nobody that's going to do that, right? Like Zoom already puts everybody in the same fucking room. Why would you rent out a movie theater for that purpose? That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Because Adam Aaron is a stock god. Jesus, I didn't even know he needed to liquidate so soon again. Fucking what a piece of shit stock. Counterpoint, most corporate management is regarded. I mean, that one's a shocker. How do you ground yourself once you've made a lot of money? Go out for a walk? I mean, I guess if you need to. I don't know. It's just points, right? Ooh, SPX is ready to go again. Fuck. They want you in a theater to show you what stock dilution looks like on a 40-foot screen. Hey, Greg, can you explain internalization in even more detail like you did months ago? Specifically the part about Kenny shoving our apples up his ass. Also, why the fuck haven't we heard one goddamn Pickle Vup song for the SPX at 1.5 speed? That shit slaps. Alright. I'll play the Pickle Vup song. Oh, shit. Puts dropping off might be causing it. Okay. So the lack of gamma neutral on Jimmy might be put positions falling off. Ooh. I called my local AMC and told them I'd run out of screen to watch my favorite YouTuber shit on Adam Aaron for 6.5 hours. It was surprisingly affordable. It's gonna be my Exos present to myself. Do you always buy zero GTs at the money? No. I wasn't at the money with the ones I bought this morning. They were like $20 out of the money. Would you please give an explanation of mispriced risk a bit? Thank you. Well, the more you short volatility, the more you change the price of risk in the market, right? And if that becomes too skewed, then risk in the market no longer matches the price of risk in the market, right? And so it's something we see currently where, near dated calls or puts, near dated contracts are losing value because IV is lower than further dated contracts. Which are gaining value because IV is rising. Generally speaking, IV should be higher on nearer dated contracts and then drop into further dated contracts. And instead, it's that way. And what this does is this causes, holders of nearer dated contracts they're incentivized to sell. And further dated contracts, they don't want to buy because they're too expensive. It's an imbalance, yeah, imbalance in the force. This is the problem with I wrote a DD on this already a while ago when I first started to see inklings of it happening. But this is a huge issue with, volatility not as a measure but as a product. That's the river runs dry. How do you keep from being overconfident in your technical analysis and watching the charts? Well, first off, I don't put any confidence in technical analysis at all. That's usually a really big help. Assuming early OPEX for GME, are you planning on picking up calls? I'll see what positioning looks like tomorrow. But yeah, I'll probably start getting some. Ko-Fi. Now play the other Euro Techno version. But this play I'm playing at, I can't choose the speed I play it at. I have no idea how to do that. You'll just have to watch it at that speed. But I can play it. Yeah, it's linked to overnight futures. It's also less liquid in after hours Moonman, and so price volatility picks up. But it's not really that complicated. All right, I think the SPX is stabilized now, so we'll see if we're gonna bounce some more. This as more and more, I mean, there's always been some trading of volatility as a product, but as more and more volatility specific products became available, they had more and more instruments with which to trade volatility. Do you see SPX running through the day? It still looks very strong. Are you still in DDS? No. I closed a little while back. I'll probably re-enter if I re-enter. I don't know if I will, but if I do re-enter, probably like in the next couple weeks. We'll see. I mean, I might have gotten out too early, but that's hard to say. If it's gonna have downside though, it'll experience it in the next couple weeks. It's like GME, just really illiquid. Way more illiquid than GME. But it also doesn't have a lot of options interest. So hedging volumes minimized. Glow stick rave pickle to be an emoji, but it won't move. Is there a chance that 1750 ups for Upstart was the low? I mean, it's possible. I still think they'll try to short earnings. I use TA. I just don't put any confidence in it. Like, I don't believe in TA. I don't think that like a certain pattern is going to lead to anything. It has a higher probability of leading to something than another pattern, for instance, but that's really all it is, right? It's, you know, at its TA should only be used to visualize large sets of data quickly. Beyond using it for that purpose, once you start trying to use TA predictively, it's kind of starts to fall apart. What if Upstart earnings are good? Cool. I have an unreal number of contracts on it. Huge sold straddle on Upstart. December 16, $40, 2,500 contracts. Damn. You mean to say the hedgy Dorito of Doom is not predictive? No. Yeah, TA is just a tool. It's just one of many tools that you can use to formulate an analysis of where you think the price of a stock will go. But TA in and of itself is not predictive. Not with any like high degree of confidence. I mean, think about it this way. The most accurate technical indicator is MACD at just below 70, like 69% accuracy in predicting forward moves, which is, you know, in the realm of like statistics and probability, not very fucking good, right? That's like a even at 69, 70%, that's still better than a coin flip, but that's also just gambling, right? You can attain a much higher degree of accuracy by doing deeper analysis. Provided all bets are the same. You know, you can bet on black on a roulette wheel and lose 500 times in a row, right? Like it's possible. It's you know, every instance is just as likely to fail as the instance before it. So a lot of like technical analysis just helps breed like gamblers' fallacies. Is it mathematically impossible? Every instance has the same chance of occurrence, which is what, slightly under 50%. It's improbable. But every time you buy on a MACD buy signal, you have a 40%, like a 30 to 40% chance of failure. Use fundamentals to decide on an investment strategy. Use technical analysis to determine entry and target prices. That's very good. That's a very good use of it. But it can happen, so it's not impossible. But adding confluence to MACD doesn't make it more accurate. It's still just as accurate as it was. I mean, no matter what, when you're looking at technical analysis, it doesn't matter if you're on the 1 tick or the 1 week, you're using historical data to try to predict future price action. I use future data to predict current price action. So it's different. Am I banned? You're not, turd. I see you. Did you say something? Maybe I didn't see it. Was it important? No. That's a clip. Walk-in. I'm not gonna repeat a clip for your entertainment value. I already clipped that. The explanation of Kenny boofing apples. It's on the clips channel. Still more repositioning. Of course, we change the outcome by discussing it. That's how predictions work on a chaotic system. Okay, I admit it. I am poor. Even after today? I'd be careful going in on SPX calls right now. This dip isn't done. I don't know, we could get dragged down. I don't know how much open interest is left at 38.40, but there's got to be some. It's still quite a lot. That's at 11:48, so it's about 30 minutes delayed. But we were trading at 38.52 at the time. Yeah, there's still quite a lot of negative gamma at 38.40. I wouldn't be more confident until we really break away from that strike. Did primes de-risk during the COVID crash? Yeah, before the COVID crash. How useful do you think the data from a single broker, i.e. IBKR, is for judging OI? I mean, it's probably fine for what you're using it for. Do you treat trading like a video game? Yeah. Did you vote? No. Can you help me understand the relationship between the bond market and equities market during a large sell-off or crash? I mean, they should be inverse each other. Technically. Snap to $15. 15 by the 18th? Let's fucking go. Are you going to vote? No. I mean, I live in New York. Like, there's no question about where the vote's landing. Um, and then I don't care about local government at all. I like daylight savings time. It's our last vestige of having an agrarian society, and I think we should keep it. It keeps us all in check. Once a year, we have to remember, twice a year, we have to remember that someone out there is growing our food. No. I know it's not for farmers. Farmeronly.com. I wonder if we're building momentum to the upside or the downside right now. It's hard to tell. I guess the fun part of SPX is done for today. I mean, not necessarily. We could just recover and keep pushing up. I'd be more concerned if we fell below 38.40, but we haven't done that yet. Straddle intraday? You could. Daylight savings time is a nice reminder of how fragile the infrastructure of our society is. We all blindly agree that it's cool to shift time, the hubris. I mean, we also live in California where there's no water. So, and Phoenix. Phoenix also has no water. Vegas says hi. Living in Vegas seems so miserable to me. Like, I can only deal with that place for like 3 days at a time. Are you using the other definition of gay? Or are you saying that looking at the moon was homosexual? I live in California. It just rained this morning, so I have water for the next 3 hours. Congratulations. AVN Awards Week. It's still too long. It's too long being there. What even is that? Do people just go there and like stare at porn stars? Like, hey, what's up? Can you sign this? I jerk off to you. What a weird interaction. You know, if you want to hang out with porn stars, you could just go to bars in the valley. Or start selling meth in the valley. A lot of competition, though. Kirk, can you sign this? It's not terrible, but it's also on an uptrend. You might want to wait till the uptrend starts to break down. There isn't any daily DD. I had a doctor's appointment this morning, and then I didn't get seen. Oh, that reminds me. I have to end the stream early today. I need to be out of here by like 3:45. They didn't see me, and then they rescheduled my appointment for like 4:15. So I have a like kind of a narrow window to get back over there. Chill, I know. Anyone else enjoying the MSTR roller coaster today? My 240 CSPs are all over the place. No, I'm not. I don't generally put money in that company. Residual from 2008, COVID. I mean, those are. I don't think residual from 2008 is really a factor. COVID is. Uh, Too much liquidity pumped into the market, which led to huge amounts of over exuberance when we really should have just stayed down after the COVID crash. Supply shock, increasingly entrenched inflation. The fact that the issue is global, not just the US. The war in Ukraine. I make white on SPX 0 DTs. Can you sign this? Sorry, my pen's a little sticky. Let's see. Are we looking better for long side positioning or what? A little bit. Starting to recover. It looks like the trend's going to keep up. It just keeps failing and then like pulling back again. So it looks like the trend's picking up and then it fails. Although I will say it does look a little stronger now. Unliked, unsubscribed, 510 weeklies unbought, shares DRS. I'm not a doctor, but I'll give you medical advice. Thanks. What's the largest winnings you've made in a single day on SPX? I don't know. Like, you talking zero DTEs or like a swing position that printed? Zero DT is about. I mean, I could. There have been a lot of times where I could have made more, but I've cut and taken profits. Um, but I want to say like 120, 150 grand, somewhere in there. I made like 96 yesterday. But on a swing trade, I mean, I've made like 300, 400K before. Yeah, Dr. Drake. What's the most you've lost? On zero DTs, I've lost like 60 grand before on SPX. I forget what happened. It gapped down really hard. And then didn't recover. I think I got gapped over. So I had stop limits in place and I got gapped over. You put 60K on zero DTs? Yeah. I mean, usually I don't go that big, but sometimes I do. You set stops or limits when you straddle SPX overnight? No. No, I don't set stops until I don't manage the position until the next day. I get kicked out for making white in a meeting. SPX consolidating only an upward move. It looks bullish. I think it is because we held, the higher end of the bullish positioning. Here at like 38.50. So I think that's a good sign. We didn't fall back into the more like bearish gamma down at 38.40. So it looks good. The trend's starting to pick up a little steam. We'll see if it's picked up enough to actually move. I mean, usually I have really tight stops set, right? So, I mean, my risk on that 60K isn't that extreme, right? I mean, I've got like $11,000 worth of 4100s here on my like fucking joke account that I forgot to set stops on. So, and if you think I'm managing all my positions in a professional manner, it's not always the case. But part of the advantage of like not working for a fund or trading someone else's capital is that you can do that, right? I can put 60K on degen bullshit. I don't have to go to a compliance desk or a risk desk and be like, is this okay? Where they go, absolutely fucking not. Was that your answer to your finance buddies that think this is dumb? Most of them are way worse degenerates with their own portfolios than I am. Half the stream realizing they're ghosting your joke account. I mean, I'm lucky if I remember I've bought things on it most of the time. I try to pay attention to it, but I have like 3 other accounts open. Is this repositioning? Yeah. For like GME and stuff, I try to buy like some percentage of my position on this account. As Spartan as you live, decent Manhattan apartment, expensive meals, Manhattan parking spot. I bet your quality of life doesn't change much from 300K a year versus millions a year. Probably not. Do you see cat testing 232 again? By the way, I wrote cat today in the ballot box for every office, Congress and governor, all of them cat. Oh boy. What if cat wins? Can you keep calling bullish and bearish moves on SPX? I do my best. This is starting to look. I kind of like this. I hate descending wedges. Well, oh, I should have big boys reposition. Yeah, usually. We should have another update in like 30 minutes or so. Why do you hate descending wedges? They're unreliable. They make you feel bullish, but they're really not that bullish most of the time. Most of the time they're just a retest of the previous high at best. They're unpredictable, and like long side likes to sell out on them, which leads to them breaking down really rapidly sometimes. Because you get a bunch of people that bought like here and here that will sell immediately here, right? And so that kind of slows the momentum up to the actual resistance. And sometimes it can drop off really fast after the breakup. The best case scenario, they test the previous high and then fall back before moving up again. But sometimes this point is very extreme. You can get burned on them really hard. You're technically on the ballot for Hawaii governor. I don't want to live in Hawaii. Do I have to live there? Thanks for the vote. Are you familiar with theta data? Is it work it if you want to do some analysis? What is that question? Tempted to do a guts at 385. Interesting. I guess you could. I don't like the idea of living on an island very much. I mean, I live on an island right now, but an isolated island is not appealing to me. Also, I'd probably get fat eating macaroni salad and barbecue chicken all the time. Like really, like way fatter than I currently am. No, I haven't entered LMT puts yet. Relax. The market's still moving up. DUAC went up like 40% on news that Donald Trump may announce a presidential run. Seems like an easy short. Yeah, probably. You need far dated puts though, because otherwise the um, volatility drop off is gonna destroy you. It's better to sell calls on it or like bear call spreads. What's the LMT play? Just a short back to like a less exuberant range. Nothing special. You'd know if you were a billionaire. Up, up, and away. Yeah, we'll see. Momentum's building really, really fast, so that makes me worried that it's gonna just hit a brick wall. Ooh, they're pricing up the 4100s. Nice. How is my 4100 worth more now than it was at the peak over here? Now that I have your attention, when OPEX, it's the same time it always is, Pinky. Grilled some burgers last night and some Parmesan encrusted potato wedges. Interesting. Parmesan better than salt? Yes. The answer is yes. Alright, well, let's see if it survives running into the brick wall right where I said it would. See? Descending wedges, lame. That's good. Back up. Yeah, gold's doing a little thing today. Sometimes I use Parmesan instead of breadcrumbs when I'm making meatballs. Carl, use both. You should be using both. You really want to ramp up your meatballs. Take your breadcrumbs and soak them in milk. Just enough to get them moist, not super wet. Fresh parsley, Parmesan. Don't put any fucking onion in it. Garlic. Sear them before you bake them. Half veal, like 33% veal. I don't like pork in mine. It makes them too greasy. But some mix of veal and like 15 to 20% fat beef. Yeah, you could use Romano instead of Parm. Are you planning on holding your 4100s until CPI? Probably not, but maybe. Ah, lame. That was all it had in it. I'm already long Oxy. When do you think you're gonna quit trading? Never. It's just bigger trades. Snowball. I'll quit trading when I can ban Elon Musk from Twitter. Journalists would have so much fun with all the pickle puns we've already beaten like a dead horse. Win trade Burke? I mean, you don't really want to trade it. The slippage is awful. I butt-dialed into some 3860 calls at 12:30. We're about to find out if I'm an accidental savant. Oh boy. I don't think Burkay even has options. Does it? Yeah. I need to get a new keyboard. Why the fuck isn't it on here? Oh, there we go. Yeah, no options. You say you want Burkay after Buffett dies, but you don't want Burkay before he does, so you can go to a shareholders convention at Network and meet the man himself. No. I've read everything he said. I don't need to meet him. Grand Canyon? Cool. I got Google Earth. How far out do you buy SPX options for the target to hit in like 3 to 5 days? I mean, you'd probably want a decent amount of theta if you're swing trading it. 30 or 45 for a narrower window. But that can vary too. I mean, it just depends on how fast you think price action is going to be realized. Why don't you sell the cat calls? Why would I? Cat still looks bullish. Yeah, cat still looks kind of bullish as fuck up to 240. Because the price went up $2 and dropped $2 today. Also, I have a lot of time on them. I might consider selling off the Novembers at some point, but probably not yet. Okay. Well, this is still stabilizing in a higher range. But God, I fucking see. I told you guys I hate descending wedges. Thanks, R pi squared. Yes, if you guys could like the stream, it's a big help. If the SPX target would be 3,900 by Friday, I mean, you'd probably want. So your target's 3,900. What's like, what strike would you be buying to capture that move though? That's not a huge move from where it is now. So what happens now that the descending wedge played out like you thought? We'll see if it recovers in a higher range. It's bearish in the near term, should be. How do I know when to hold or sell? I mean, you never do. You just want to take profits when you can, and sometimes you got to be happy with the profits you take. You'll get better at trading trends as time goes on, but it'll probably take a few years before you've mastered it. In the meantime, uh, until you can answer that question for yourself, you probably should be taking profits when they avail themselves, right? You can worry about maximizing profits later. Yeah, after a crash, risk can be normalized. XYLD? Is that the covered call ETF? I don't like that thing very much. You can accelerate how quickly you grow as a trader by hanging out with better traders on the Discord too. It's one of the hidden perks of billionaires. True. I mean, that was kind of always my intention with billionaires, right? Was that, you know, it wouldn't be like a product or like this is how you trade because that's bullshit, right? But just a community for people to like discuss trading and discuss stocks and to give you exposure to that, right? And it's self-reinforcing in a way, and that those ahead are helping those behind, and um it kind of it grows naturally, but it gives you an environment within an environment in which you can immerse yourself in the thing you want to learn. And I think that's the best way to learn trading if you want to be a trader. Now sing Kumbaya. Blow it out your ass, odorous colon. Gorp Gorp, welcome to Dillionaire, man. I'm glad my sales pitch worked on you. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. If you're gonna sell call spreads against SPX SPY, what delta value would you be looking for? I assume 0.1 being conservative. Bear spreads? Credit or debit? Pitch it harder, Dad. I mean, that's it, right? That's all it needs to be. It just needs to be people who are interested in trading, talking about trading, and using the information they pick up from each other to improve themselves. And then I can just inject talking points, right? And that's really what Pickle's picks are, is just something else to look at. But yeah, more and more people come up with their own shit and develop their own styles and their own systems and their own edge or whatever works for them, right? Credit. So bear call spreads. I don't know if I'd enter bear call spreads on the SPX right now. I don't like the range it's in. It's kind of like right on the cusp of being really bullish or a little bearish. Um like I mean you generally want to enter spreads when you think something like a bear spread when you think something's peaked, right? Or is very near its peak. I don't think the SPX is near its peak yet. You think Dixie's gonna go back to 110 this year? Isn't it really close already? Oh, it fell below. Um, sure. I could. Hopefully not, but it could. I mean, that really depends on what the Fed does in December, right? I don't really like earnings calls, man. What's the correct way to prep chicken before frying? Flour then egg or egg then flour? My golden doodles, Julio Jones, and Chief Keef are having a debate about this. And yes, that's their real names. It depends if you want a light or a heavy batter. A lighter batter, you would go uh, egg flour. A heavier batter, you would go egg, or you would go flour, egg, flour, or breadcrumbs. Just depends what you're doing, right? Like think like eggplant rollatini or chicken francaise, like a let like this is or oh fuck, what's the one with capers? I always forget the name of it. Piccata. So something like that with like a light like white wine reduction. It's nice to have the lighter batter, but you like chicken parmesan, something like that, fried chicken. You want something a little more robust. Yo, SPX, it's breaking away from the trend. It's a good sign. It's not done breaking away from the trend either. SPY gonna robust? We'll see. The recovery is very good. Yeah, we got high, and then lower high, higher high, higher high. So, we're getting kind of a scalloping. So this is, indicative that, there was some bullish sell-off, and then it's picking up strength. So it's good. We're also, I'm seeing like momentum get a little bit stronger, but it's slow to gain a foothold, honestly. The weight here at 3840 is actually quite heavy. Like the negative delta weight or negative gamma weight here. So it's quite hard for us to pull away from that. And then don't forget, the hedge is now positive gamma, right? So they're buying into falling prices, selling into rising prices, which means that, our upside moves are going to be a little less volatile. We're not going to have more of, this. Or, well, a better example is when we actually broke the gamma flip point earlier today. Here. And here. These big volatile upside moves, those are less likely, right? And so, kind of just a slow grind into an uptrend is what we really want to see come out of this. Almost time to sell calls. We talking cooking? Peak theta gang bullish indicator for pi. Just bored at the top. During the crash, NASDAQ will move more than the SPY, correct? What is the SPY equivalent to NASDAQ? There isn't a SPY equivalent to NASDAQ. Are you talking about like the NASDAQ equivalent to SPX? It's NDX. This guy? Yeah, notionally it moves a lot more, but the options are more expensive. Also, they have different expirations, if I remember correctly. No, same expirations. What expiry on the 3840s? Which 3840s? Oh, the ones that are in now? A lot of them expire today. Like a pretty fat chunk of them expire today. Most of them actually expire today. Very short dated. They're just trying to keep it from rocketing, right? They're trying really hard. It's a lot of fucking money on the 3840. It's a little like 4.8 billion. Fuck their puts. Yeah, I mean that's what's happening. Give us your carbonara recipe. It's like salt, eggs, uh, two large eggs, two yolks. You need them at room temperature, otherwise they scramble. Um, black pepper, olive oil. You need. You're supposed to use guancale, but it's kind of hard to find in the States. You can use pancetta or prosciutto. They're both a little more intense. And then you need pasta. But you mix up the eggs, the yolks, and the cheese, and season with salt and pepper. Um, Heat up the oil and render out the fat and the pork. Uh, just take the pasta. You don't want to boil the pasta in a lot of water. Very little water, if you can. The less water, the better, because you want it really starchy or really fresh, like bronze cut pasta that's already really starchy. And then you like kind of pull the pasta out with tongs, put it in the pan with the guancale, and then you add your like egg and cheese mixture and reduce heat and kind of stir until you get like a creamy sauce. You want your pasta to be a little firmer than al dente, so like a little hard to bite through, because it cooks more in the second pan. It's not very hard. Like once you get good at it, it's pretty easy. You just want to make sure there's not too much heat. You don't want to scramble the eggs, otherwise it's disgusting. Capquane, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. At what point do you go from just trying to get out of the 4100s to holding into CPI? I mean, if they keep moving up and they keep getting priced higher, which the market maker is pricing them higher now, slowly, but yeah, I mean, if this moves up to 3900, then maybe I just hedge them into CPI. I do have a lot of theta on them. Let me worry first about getting some of my money back. I'm still down 20% on them. It's a lot better than the 90% I was down the other day, but Cooper replace NDX with Cat? Oh yeah, sure. Prosciutto is really salty, but to offset that, you can just not add salt, right? Bacon's disgusting in it. You can if you can get like really thick cut uncured bacon, not as bad, but still pretty awful. I prefer guancale, but usually because I can't find it readily, I end up using like pancetta or prosciutto. Like prosciutto is very easy to get here, but guancale can be hit or miss. Like if I really want to make carbonara, I'll go buy guancale. Like I'll go to a store that has it. But finding it at like a store that's more local to me isn't always the easiest. Like so if I'm just going out to get something for dinner, I'm not gonna, trek 20, 30 blocks to get the right meat, right? I'll just replace it with something. Guanciale? Yeah. whatever. Is it a cha sound? I've heard it pronounced both ways. I've heard Italians pronounce it both ways. Why can't Italians get together in one place and agree on a dialect? That would never happen. What would be the logic in buying nearly 6,000 $40 straddles on Upstart today? If it's an IV play, it's a loss. Must be a huge move play, no? I mean, right? Seems like it is. It's a short straddle, isn't it? The YouTube profanity filter breaks my brain. It's pretty awful. I sold my SPX 0 DTE calls too early before they went in the money. How do I not do that? It's tough. I mean, all you can do on 0 DTEs is set stops and hope that you've set them in a range where you're not going to get stopped out on a bounce. And then just try to follow the trend in a similar fashion. You only care about the ones that hit, right? If you get stopped out, you get stopped out. Try to make sure that you're buying at the bottom. Crypto is wild right now. FTX token dumping hard. Cool. Yeah, Bitcoin down to 18. Crypto crash. I still got my buy orders for Bitcoin at 16 and 11, so 6,000 contract long straddle. Interesting. All right, it's down fucking 850 basis points. What do you call a crash? Is this pullback looking A or woo? I mean, as long as it holds the uptrend, it's fine, right? I think it can pull back below the uptrend, though. Yeah, I think this might dive down to the lower. Yep. Still a little bit to go. Hard push for a 3840. Ooh, this is getting some momentum. Is the market just crashing now? Some news? I don't think there was any super relevant economic data today. It's 1 o'clock. 3-year note auction? No, that hasn't happened yet. Oops. Mm, 38.35? Possible. Someone in Los Angeles won the $2 billion jackpot and apparently used the whole thing to short SPX. There's still a lot of net negative gamma at 38.40. US Treasury 3-year yield extends fall after 3-year note auction. That's down 4.9 BPS. Oh, that's a big deal. I thought that says the auction hasn't started yet. Do I have the wrong time zone for this? Uh, 2 years, 2-year yield's 4.68. The 20-year is getting fucking hammered. Treasury forgot to turn back their clocks. I mean, we could see the 38.40s capitulate now that they're in the money. Remember, they all expire today, so. Your calls lost 2K in 5 minutes. Yeah, I know. I mean, the downtrend should start to be stabilizing now. We'll see. Starting to stabilize. It's still got some range here, though. What's the news? I mean, the fucking bond auctions don't look great at all. Dude, should I go long sugar? Maybe I missed the boat on that. Is this a healthy market? No. Chances of 3,900 end of day still? Possible. It'll depend on if we see capitulation on the 0DTs right away or if they try to hold open until close. Remember, they're cash settled. So that could be the chance at 3,900 could be dead now. Let me see. Have an update? No, not really. We're still above the flip point, so if we fall below the gamma flip point, 38.27, that's really bad. And we're right at it right now. Oof, fuck. When I got out of my 4,000s, down about 5%. Way better than where I started the day. Nice, man. Shh, everything is fine. We're all fine here. How are you? Okay, Gaff. What the fuck's going on? Girl, time me out. Sorry, turd. I don't know. The sell-off's pretty strong. I'd be careful. It's still picking up momentum. It paused for a second, but I think it's going to pull down harder. Where's support? Hold on. Still no update there. See the GM response to bonds? No? When did you DM me? Oh. All right. I mean, that's a very reasonable take. I'll let you guys know when the trend weakens, if it does at all. It hasn't yet. Refolder's down 80%. Also, Revlon crash proof. Probably largely unaffected. I think once we stabilize a little bit, we can bounce because I think the zero DTs will take profits. So much for the negative beta. VIX rocketing. VIX up. Still under 25. Actually, for a drop that steep, I'm surprised the VIX didn't move harder. Yeah, just, well, I don't know how healthy the pullback is, but it's a pullback. Remember, market's volatile. What would you need to see to say this is it? I mean, every moment like that can be kind of a this is it moment, but it looks like we're starting to we're getting some stability. We'll see. It's still, I wouldn't say that the downtrend is fully broken, but we might start to stabilize now. I mean, a lot of the 3400 puts also could have been to prevent price out. Like, if the bot news was bad or good, to stabilize it, stabilize the rising market a bit. Should I call my mom? I mean, if you haven't talked to her in a while. Full port 3850s, not quite yet. But I might start picking some up in a minute. Fuck, that was intense. BTC catch a bounce? Again. All right, we're back. We're back over the flip point, I think. Yeah, we're back over the flip, just barely, but we're back over it. I got stopped out of a bunch of shit on that drop. It's cool, most of it profitably. I did get stopped out of my 4100s though. I'm a bit pissed about. Futures flirting with the cliff. Yeah, the trend on futures hasn't really broken. I think back down to 38.20 here. Patience. November OPEX is looking fine. The lower GME goes into November OPEX, the more bullish I'll be. If GME hits 50 cents, full bull. That was a big fucking sell-off, man. Jimmy hits 50 cents, I might buy back in. I'm sure you would. Alright, this looks like it's cooling. Uh, uh, Bullish reversal? I like it. Is it possible the gamma float point just significantly shifted with that movement? Possibly, especially if those puts took profits on the drop. There was like 4 billion at 38.40. It was a strong, big fat strong position. What website do you get your beta blockers from? India Mart? I too need to be this calm. I think you just get used to it. Time out, I have a doctor's appointment. Oh, that's not how this fucking works. Yeah, gold has been moving up a bit today, which is unusual for it. Nice, Christoph. When will I learn to set stops? Instead of walking away with 750, I sell for 310 profit. I can't stop being greedy. It's tough. You'll get there. You lose enough money, it'll teach you real fast. Did that sell-off change your end of day thoughts? We'll see. It definitely makes the chances at 3,900 a lot weaker. Another breakdown? No, it doesn't look, well, it doesn't look that intense yet. It could be, but I think just more stability, probably between here and like 38.20. We might be in this range for a minute. All right, this is it. I'm gonna make the dive. If I don't make it out, I want you to ban Carl in my honor. All right, deal. Yeah, it could be Lorca. I mean, we'll see where Ivy ends up, but wow, Jimmy drilling for oil, bringing that price down. The CCs would have been nice. I mean, sure. Don't let me stop you from selling them. I mean, I'd fucking just because I'm not selling mine doesn't mean you can't sell yours. And I'm selling mine far enough out of the money I kind of don't give a shit what happens to them. You can always call options in hindsight and see which one's best. I fell for this trick in May. Don't sell the covered calls. To be fair, that was selling covered calls during OPEC settlement period, which I don't know why anyone did, but a lot of people did it. I'm hungry. This is gonna keep, yeah, this is gonna keep recovering. All right, I'll be right back. All right. It's gonna do it again. Maybe. CPI is Thursday. I don't think GME's gonna go to $13. A little more. A little more. This has truly been the oddest MOASS. Made my first 1,000 in a cash account that only started with 300 shares and selling CCs. Nice, dude. This is starting to look like last Friday. It's similar to last Friday. I wouldn't say it's quite as intense. And I think somewhere in here we're going to start to see a reversal. It's just a question of where that floor is. I think we have some room. Not a lot, but some. Maybe we could pull back to 3,800. We're below like the gamma flip point now, so it has been a wild ride. Do you think there's been enough of a risk off? No. It could be related to the Fed to some degree. I mean, they have been dropping their like some of their positions off their books a little bit more rapidly. Why are various CSPs so juicy? They don't have earnings this week. It's like they're priced to lose 60% of their value this week or something. Well, they ran really hard on some news the other day. So I'm probably pricing in a lot of volatility and shorts trying to fade the top, driving up the put value. Jimmy had a partnership with FTX to like sell gift cards. I was in a meeting. What happened? The market crashed. You missed it. Sorry, dude. In just one candle, we went all the way down to 100, and then the plunge protection team stepped in. It's done to some degree with puts, but it can also be done with ETF creation. What's up, man? BBBY is still at $3.90 night. I'm sorry. What would you look at to see if we could pull back to 3,800? I mean, we could pull back to 3,800. It's a possibility. I don't know if we're going to. I think we find some stability now, but it's possible. It's definitely our downside support. Thanks, H. Gregory. Appreciate it, man. Thanks so much for not letting me go all in on SPX calls earlier. Your wise words saved me a ton of money. It still looks unstable. It's kind of like calming down on the second test, like the second low test. Hmm. I don't think you're wrong. But each breakdown's kind of weakening. Futures are kind of the same deal right now. We weren't going to 4,000 by the end of the day. Futures are pulling back a little bit. All right, yeah. I think we go back to 3,800. $37.50? That's extreme. I don't know if we'll go that low. Slipping below like the flip point kind of accelerates the downside, but it also accelerates the upside, right? So we might be a little more volatile in this range, but I don't think we'll fall down to 37.50. Or at least like the positioning on the last time I looked doesn't really support it. I am doomed. 38.65. I accidentally shorted two MES contracts when I grabbed my mouse. Exited fast with a $10 loss right before the dump. The universe hates me. I don't know if you can blame yourself for a happy accident not occurring. Straddle's juicy down here. Juicier, yeah. It's unbelievable how much zero DTE positioning there is. Like, you think we're the degenerates playing zero DTEs, but we're not buying $4.5 billion worth of them. I'm pretty sure that an all-day climb to 3860 and then 2 hours of stabilization in that range is not a bull trap, Stefan. The only problem with XSP is sometimes the spreads are really bad. So make sure that if you're looking at that, The OI on the contracts you're looking at is really good, because otherwise you're going to get eaten up in the spreads. My goal is to become such a good trader, even my mistakes are profitable. Just like my mentor that shorts the yen and buys 10x more contracts mistakenly. It happens. Unless you use algorithms to trade for you. But yeah, sometimes you get lucky. Usually you don't. Bearish PT for Upstart after earnings? Hmm. Maybe as low as like 14. IV right now is pricing in a like 8.2% move. For Fridays next year, well, a little more. Let's say 21% move for like IV 30. Can we go up again, please? Not yet. Does losing one port on 0 GTUs qualify them for disability income? Asking for a friend. You could try. LMT puts printed again. Nice. Is Bobby a decent play? I can see a nice 20% gain. Is that even enough to put a contract in the fucking money? It's gonna go up 80 cents? How exciting. You think SPX 3845 end of day is impossible? No, but I think we've got a fair amount more consolidation in this lower range before we move up. It's having like a lot of difficulty stabilizing. That was a hell of a sell-off. Oh shit, my alarm went off. My food's ready. One sec. Please play Full Bear. What? No, I hate that song. Ooh, I don't like this. Is this it? Maybe. Holy shit. Crypto dropped 300 basis points while I was gone? Fuck all of this. I didn't. I was in my kitchen. Why'd you crash crypto, dog? I don't really own any crypto. Gork, what do? I mean, if the market's crashing, it's doing it really, really slowly. What do we have on the further expiration? 37.75 maybe? Gamma's kind of flat to the downside. No update. What's the news causing this? I mean, I think initially the bond market. Oh, shut the fuck up, Walken. I think initially the bond market yield rates coming in. But crypto is just dumping because of whatever's going on with Binance and FTX. I mean, I have VIX calls and I have some SPX puts, but not very many. How's Fubo doing? Yeah, Fubo's not getting hit very hard today. Cap puts are generally pretty shitty. Market melt up over? I don't think so. Most of this looks like shifting of intraday positioning, like zero DTEs. It's just the number of zero DTEs is extraordinary. I mean, it looks like we're going to do the slippy dippy a bit longer, Zakir. It keeps cooling off and then building up more momentum. So, we'll see when the sell-off ends. Jesus Christ. Okay, Bitcoin's actually just in free fall now. Where's Gaff? Yeah, holy moly. Jesus Christ. Can I buy puts on BTC? Yeah, I think so. Hmm. You can buy puts on this. All of their money's in Bitcoin. It was fun. That reminds me, I need to cancel my Bitcoin buy at 16,000. I'm not going to catch a falling knife. Fuck that shit. All right. I mean, equity market volume's still kind of low. Why did you cancel your BTC buy? I don't want to own this pile of shit. And got stopped out of the 4100s. Bitcoin market cap now at 350 billion. That can't be right. Is that right? Jesus fucking Christ. That's a lot of money gone today. All right, I think the drop on SPX is I think we're almost done with it. It's cooling off a lot faster now. Where that's going to reposition, I have no idea. Because futures look like they could still drop even more. Are GME obligations building up bigly? I mean, provided the dumps we're seeing aren't just active funds. I got some Tesla puts. How low do you think they can go? How much time you got? What are a few tickers to follow futures? ES1 or ES. It depends on what brokerage you use. On TradingView, like ES1, NQ1, RTY1, and YM1. That's S&P, NASDAQ, Russell 2000, and Dow. Gherk hold me? Is the SPX gonna get delisted? No. But that Cardano gaff sold us is fucking worthless. More like a 10x leverage short position. Doesn't move, but with time, but I want to be out before the end of the week. Oh, I don't know if the market's going to keep dropping this week. And didn't Tesla sell off their Bitcoin? So, like, I don't know if there's a tie there. I went to sell my ETH, and Coinbase is saying trading unavailable due to connection issues, but your funds are safe. Well, I mean, yeah, the money you deposited is like your actual money is fine. Revlon greater than crypto? I mean, I think the market's only going to get crazier from here. Buying anything? No. Not until I see some stability. Okay, futures are starting to recover. And SPX, still a little shaky. I wouldn't I wouldn't necessarily trust this bounce just yet. I think it's got at least one more pullback. Question is where? 38.12 maybe? It's a really important resistance. I should probably mark that on here. What is it? 38.12.69? Yeah, I think it's going to pull back here. If it gets a good pullback, maybe back to the EMA 30, that might be a really good entry. The market rallied really hard and then fell off a cliff. Bitcoin's, I don't know, maybe crashing. Bitcoin lost $60 billion in market cap today. I'm surprised you're not playing cat to the downside. It's going to pull back hard after that run. It doesn't always pull back hard. I've been playing Caterpillar all year. It's not a good short. It just chews up theta and it doesn't drop as fast as the indices. I think it has something to do with like Binance buying out FTX or FTX being insolvent, some shit like that. I mean, a lot of the Bitcoin sell off could just be everyone moving their fucking money to different exchanges. Upstart borrow rate rising. That's a good sign. How's GME's borrow rate today? Sometimes I feel like the best way to play this market as a poor is just to not to. Just to not. Yeah. Sometimes it is the best thing to do. What makes you facepalm harder? Chat not buying proper theta or chat buying cat puts? I mean, cat puts is just, it's just kind of dumb. Like, uh, it doesn't lose value as quickly as the indices in which it is contained, and most of the negative pressure on Caterpillar is from active fund sell-offs. So you just make less money trying to short cat than you would if you just shorted Dow or SPX. There's nothing I love better than shorting a company that's been around forever, right after they just posted their all-time high earnings and landed a multi-billion-dollar government contract. Genius. I mean, I just made like 80% on cat calls that I bought, what, yesterday? At what is effectively the top of its current run. It can push up higher. It's just at resistance. I don't own a Prius. My old Prius was black. The crypto could have a big effect on the risk off, yeah. According to Cat's chart, they're invested in an orbital launch system. I'm not questioning their ability to make money over their earnings. I'm questioning the ability of the market to realize higher prices than this right now. It doesn't mean puts on Cat are good. Right? You know, Caterpillar has a lot of buyers. It's a value stock. It's unlikely to see a lot of recession pressure. All of it is an attractive investment right now, right? So you're gonna short into just like you're gonna try to short it into shitloads of buy pressure. It seems like a big fucking mistake. I'm not shorting it, but I can see why people might think that way. I know why they do. It's just the wrong target, right? Like because what they're really targeting is a drop in the indices, but then they're trying to capture that with a sympathy short on Caterpillar, which doesn't really have much cheaper options than like SPY, right? You're not going to get any like strong volatility benefit from going short on Caterpillar. So what's the point where there's just like better things to short instead? Like if Cat drops back to 160, Dow's gonna drop back to an all-time like its yearly low also, right? And Dow has exposure to more awful companies than Cat does. LMT over 492. Time for those puts yet, or are you waiting for tomorrow? I might just keep waiting. I'm not in a rush to get in them. Plenty of time. This isn't a bad price. I fucking barely moved down with the market at all. I might just wait longer. I don't I mean the entry's great. Uh but I don't see why I wouldn't just wait a little longer. I don't think it's gonna move down super fast. I think it's just gonna move down over the course of like several days. But if the market keeps rallying and pushing it up, it seems like a bad time to buy puts right now. Like I still think it's going to move down into the target range, but I'm not like trying to aggressively enter the position. Be careful with shorting LMT. I mean, it's a pullback, and the rate at which options positionings are selling off makes it really attractive. Um, but I would still wait until like I saw what I thought was a peak before I got into the short position. Shorting LMT is dangerous. Upstart's earnings is after hours tonight. The rumors about you are not true. What are the rumors about me? That I'm a big shill? I know. But I honestly prefer that people that believe that keep thinking that. For a lot, but not all of the same reasons as shorting Caterpillar. Yeah, it's similarly risky. The biggest difference there is people are still buying calls on Cat. People have been selling them off and exercising them on LMT, but because they're being exercised, a big chunk of them, that's supporting the price action a little bit, right? The rumor you're a centaur is 100% false. It's 100% false. I'm not a mythological creature. Imagine shorting the SPY right now and it keeps going back up. This is a decent entry, by the way. I don't even know if it's going to pull back anymore. Yeah, this looks like it's about to rip. How hard can it go? $40.30 is selling off. Or 38.30 is selling off. 38.40 is selling off. Some 38.40s. Why the fuck are they holding those open? Pull back here? It's not looking like it. I wonder how much the flip points shifted on the drop. The short position had to have capitulated to some degree, which would drive the gamma flip down. Ooh, new update. Gamma flip at 38.17 now. Oh, so we're right on it. Oh, that looks bullish as fuck. What time's that at? 2:28, so it's 30 minutes old. Jesus, why is this so far behind today? Well, we're pushing back up into the gamma flip point. It looks like we have some momentum on the move. 38.50 still the same price I sold them for? Huh. Fuck, man, I really don't want to carry that overnight. Yeah. Can you explain with any narrative why ETH is dropping 50% more than BTC? Because all crypto value is tied to Bitcoin. And then Bitcoin's tied to the dollar. Twin tether implosion. Why do you keep copying my trades? I didn't. Did I? I don't know. What are you expecting with Upstart earnings? I mean, they should short it. I don't really expect anything. I don't expect their earnings to be phenomenal. Maybe just okay. Yo, dog, this trend does not look bullish from a TA perspective. Oh, okay. Well, uh, But what does the composite man think, Walken? Maybe the composite man doesn't want me to think it looks bullish. You're the composite man. That's cool. Thanks for letting me know, Tyler. Was AFK? Are you buying calls now? Couple. Think the composite man has any more of those 100 BPS moves left? Oh, we'll see. There's continuing short capitulation at like 38.30 and 38.40, so we'll see if it pulls us up. It could. Is this composite man in the room with us right now? Went for a workout at the peak of the day, just got back to this. What did you do? I didn't do anything. I don't think we're really at the point yet where we can forget that dump happened, but we're back above the gamma flip point, so that's pretty good. Power hour.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Where did walking go? The same place all people who make predictions go when they're wrong. Into hiding until they can say they were right again. Twitter. What happens if the recall fails? Oh, they force close the positions. So forced buy-in. Glad I didn't rush into LMT pits. I mean, I noted caution in entering them. I haven't even entered them yet. Happy Power Hour, Chris Gale. No, I know it wasn't odorous. Yeah, they're risky. I think they're just worth the reward on a pullback. I'll probably want to be in them before CPI. But I'll probably have pretty tight stops on them. Anybody who makes blatantly overconfident predictions is usually wrong. It usually shows a lack of regard for factors that they're not considering. Go fuck yourself, dude. Like that Elliott wave guy, yeah. I mean, part of like being successful in the market is trying to be really flexible with your projected outcomes. So are we going down tomorrow or going up? Going up tomorrow or going down? Who the fuck knows? I mean, are they gonna buy another $5 billion worth of fucking puts? Houston Wade guaranteed me 67 trillion straight from the DTCC. Are you telling me this isn't gonna happen? He was so confident though. I'm sorry, Gaff. But that's all their money. And you're the last person in the world they'd give it to. Elliott Wave's guys' predictions are right, you know. He just has to adjust them after the movement. I mean, Elliott Waves are like okay on indexes. But he doesn't even do them right. So like he's not even like that good at them. And even if you're good at them, they still suck. That's like fibs. See you later, Essa. Can you show the moving averages on the SPX weekly chart? Oh, it looks terrible. We're like barely hanging on to the 200 or 180. Tesla recalls 40,000 cars for a power steering failure. Yeah, but it's like a remote update recall. I don't think it's that big of a deal. CPI coming in lower going to be super bullish. Yes, if it does, it'll be super bullish. Oh shit, I have to leave soon. Do I understand what? Are you getting like wildly overconfident again? Why don't you do everyone a favor and just keep your predictions to yourself? Thanks, Trash. What was your demand, JC? Tell me why holding cat out of the money weeklies is a smart investment strategy. Oh, it's definitely not. Never. That wasn't the answer I was looking for. I'm sorry, JC. I have amazing news about bot stuff, but you might have to give me more permissions or make me admin. After I paid them? Alright, if I'll be home later. Are you selling upstart CCs before close? Yes. I can't sell them after the bell. And selling them tomorrow morning would be pointless. Yeah, there were a bunch of really big straddles earlier too. R pi squared. You can't just pause or delay the game. You have to call your children and be like, Daddy can't be there for you. He has contracts. I figured out that SPX movements are entirely based around hunting my stop losses. So if I stop setting them, we should go up. I think we're probably just going to go up here anyway. Looking kind of good. Daddy is a centaur now. Go to bed, children. Not according to Walken. Yeah, but if I listened to him, I'd be broke. I don't know. He came back like 5 minutes ago on a red candle and was like, see, I told you we're going down. You never hold SPX overnight, correct? Oh no, I do. I swing trade it pretty frequently. I have like 3800s and 3850s open right now. For like 1118. I've already sold 11.25s for GME. Confucius has said if you try and will your hopes into the market, Composite Man will make sure you lose. Therefore, bet against your hopes in all things. That's legit Confucius. Okay, Walken. I don't think you understand how the Composite Man works. It's not like what's that called? When people get the rocks and they it's not manifesting. It's not like an anti-manifest engine. Walk-ins, same like shids and fards, like just almost as bad. Is walking off his meds? Maybe. He used to be so much calmer. And then I think he read a book on Wyckoff theory, and that was it. Confucius never felt what it was like to diamond hand SPX 0 DTs into the ground. Oh, fuck. The nationwide Adderall shortage is getting worse. Pretty soon, no one's gonna be paying attention. Shids and Fards was not a doctor. He was an idiot. Not that there aren't doctors that are idiots, but he was definitely not a doctor. I bet against my instincts all the time, and it worked out pretty good. You know, you can also be on the same side as the Composite Man, right? Like, you don't. The Composite Man is all about understanding what will advantage large institutions the most at any given time. It's not about just trying to inverse yourself or inverse chat. Inverse bets that lose. The Shids and Farts Ko-Fi rant was not written by a doctor. It was written by the type of person that Andrew from All Gas No Brakes, Channel 5, would talk to at a rap festival in Florida. Yes. Also, attempting to use Wyckoff theory on the fucking 1 minute on the SPX is not a valid strategy. Wyckoff was drawing his charts on a fucking chalkboard 3 days after the stock movement. Ooh, super bullish if we keep bouncing here. What? Bullish for GME? No. Nope, consolidate. More consolidating. Lame. Just like more melt up. The only thing I'm afraid of here is like an end of day sell off. I'm gonna hold them after the earnings call. I mean, they're not really up enough for me to bother selling them. I don't think IV on January's is all that affected. Do you still get free stocks from WeBull? No, no one ever signs up anymore. I want to go to my doctor's appointment, but I've got 0 DTEs. I hope they understand. Do you remember fill out your form 4 for CX? I just want to sub by and say thank you for saving me from RSS. I love you, Pickle Man. Thanks, Ben. I appreciate it, dude. %18.7% on IBKR. I mean, it's a good sign, especially if the rise in borrow rate persists past earnings. No, I need to leave here by like 3:35 at the latest. My appointment's at 4:15, but it takes me a little while to get there. When do we receive our I Own Pickleman Cabs NFTs? I signed up and everything. You were not a pigeon whale again. Is Hazy a pigeon whale again? I'm not driving there, and they know where I live. It's like a 15-minute walk. There's no traffic in New York generally when you're like going places because you just walk there. long would it be if you gallop? Given their insistence on the digital yuan, this makes way too much sense. I hate when I put the tinfoil hat on, but this one fits pretty well, unfortunately. Wait, what are you on about? Are we discussing how you're gonna reimburse me for my losses on Cardano? It's Cardano, right? Is that the one you have? Yeah, ADA. I'll fill in for your doctor. Stop smoking and lose some weight. My doctor doesn't really care about the vaping, as long as I don't smoke cigarettes. But different doctor. Two posts above that. So puts on the Chinese government in some way bankrolling the Binance FTX purchase. By doing so, it puts them in direct control of the global crypto market. Oh, given their insistence on the digital yuan. Okay, that makes sense. I gotcha. So now that China's in charge of my Cardano, is it going to go up? I could take my skateboard, but I honestly haven't ridden it in like 3 years. I'll probably die if I do that. I think November's the last time I'm playing OPEX until another OPEX happens. So if OPEX doesn't print this time, and it does look really good, then I'm out of it. I'll just play it on other stacks. Seacraft, you got censored. I just received an ad from TradingView with the subject of how to blow up your trading account. I think they underestimate how good I am at this already. Someone else was talking about that earlier today. Hey, Walken, where's Composite Man? Why isn't he stopping me from making money? Walken, help. I don't understand. You said down, but it keeps going up. Maybe Walken's the Composite Man. Maybe we just need to inverse him. Because he's inversing the Composite Man. Then if we inverse him, we're just the Composite Man. This is genius. It's like a double negative. Compositeception. Yeah, I know the upstart bar rate's moving up. Composite Man can get fucked. I just made 300% on 38050 GT. Don't you get it? Whatever I say in verse. Oh, fuck you, Walken. Should I just sell these? They're up like 300%. I have a doctor's appointment. Maybe we fill the gap. I love this market. It's so fucking ridiculous. How long have I owned these contracts for? 30 minutes? What's my current hourly rate on these? $2,400? No, sorry. $9,400. Not bad. It's like CEO money. Well, they keep going up. How the fuck do you see these moves coming on SPX? Wild. Crystal ball, my friend. Crystal ball. Not like an 8-ball. Like a crystal ball. Stefan charges it for me, and then I use it to inverse walk-in. His name is Crystal Ball. Nope, it's just gonna keep going. I don't think it's done at all. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to leave. 1K viewers and only half liked. I'd assume that's the half that can't afford SPX calls. Like the stream if I'm wrong. Thanks, Speeder Comfort. I liked the stream, ironically. Thanks, man. Thanks, Lugs. I will not like the stream. You're late and Jimmy didn't MOASS. That's fair. I didn't write a daily DD today either. I made my QQQ straddle too good. My overall position stayed within 1% of its starting value. Gamma neutral tomorrow? I don't know. Fuck, man. I want to close these, but it looks like it's gonna rip more, and then I can't leave because so much frustration. Listen, I'm paying them, alright? Will this upper price action go into tomorrow? Since we have T+2 for Monday for the SPX. Ow. The fuck is on? Ow. Upper price action going into tomorrow since we have T+2 from Monday for the SPX. Oh, there isn't that much gamma exposure on SPX right now from last week. Last week closed pretty even after the big drop. I played 0DT SPX calls once. Now I'm a poor. Draw your own conclusions. Okay. Were you poor to begin with? Thanks, Daniel. I was down 700. Now I'm up 300. Thanks, Pickle Man. No problem. Thank Walken for being in a super position of right and wrong at all times. Why don't you buy a fixie? Like a bicycle? Where the fuck am I gonna put that? Also, riding a bike when you're a grown man is just... Yeah. Well, you guys know what it is. It's weird. I don't have the shorts. I don't have those, like, little, taint pillows. Like the shorts with the taint pillows. I don't own any t-shirts nearly that tight. Imagine being scared of riding a bike. You come ride a bike in New York City. Let's see how much you like it. I've seen more bicyclists just run over by cab drivers in my life. And the cab drivers didn't even stop. They just keep going. What's your prediction for Upstart? I don't care. It's not OPEX. I hope some of my cover calls get assigned tomorrow, but I think they'll short the fuck out of their earnings. Maybe their earnings will be phenomenal, and the shorts will get blown up. Speaking of covered calls. Ooh. So many deep in the money puts bought today for Upstart. They're gonna short it so hard. I mean, if they bought the puts today, they already shorted it super hard. You think they're gonna start exercising the puts in after hours? That'd be smart. I think this is just going to kind of stagnate here. Doesn't look particularly bullish or bearish. Fill the gap? It's such a tiny little gap, though. Ooh. Hmm. Run, Jimmy, run. Oh. I wish I had that meme right now. All right. I'm going to go. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. Sorry I'm wrapping it up early today, but I'll see you all tomorrow morning. Have a great night, everyone.